But I hope you guys will come back and join me. I am so sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It said my connection was unstable. And so I tried to see if I could restabilize it, and it wasn't working. And of course, I didn't retake my picture for this. So I hope you guys all come back and join me. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it went squamp, but I switched to my other camera. Maybe it was my camera that messed up. Hi, Steffi. So we're going to continue and try this some more. It might have been my computer that took a dump. So I switched to my other computer because I know it'll work. And so I'm hoping this will keep us connected. Yeah. So it may take a minute for everyone to come back, but I did say that I was coming back, but I did not retake my thumbnail, and so it just has my default thumbnail on there, which I probably need to change that sometime. But I like that thumbnail because I made that bag that is sitting there on the little screen. My computer screen is a little dirty. I guess it doesn't matter. All right. So hopefully this is still a good view. It looks fine on my side. Get you a little positioned here so you can see what I'm doing. Maybe a little bit closer. Is that good? I hope they all come back. I should have retaken my thumbnail, but I didn't. Silly me. I did put in the name of it. No, so I guess they have a sticky glue on here. It sticks on. Because it's just a flat gem on here. It's just little flat gems. And it just sticks right on the canvas. And that's why I have my plastic just kind of sitting here. I have this plastic thing here that I've kept attached. Oh, yay. I'm so glad you guys are making it back. I switched computers. I don't know if it's the other computer that went out because I've been having issues with that camera on my other computer. I got it fixed, but it might just and when I took it to my brother-in-law, he said that he couldn't fix it, but I was able to reactivate it, and it, it's been working for a couple days. But it may have just decided to take a dump. I don't know. But so I switched to my Chromebook camera. And this one should be a better connection. I haven't ever had any issues with this connection with this camera. The other one, I don't know. Every once in a while, my camera will just stop working. And I think it's the camera system that they had set up that they put in the computer. That looks pretty neat, doesn't it? Some of them aren't straight, but I think it'll be okay. Yeah, my regularly scheduled painting. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my other computer. It just went black. And so I don't know if the camera just decided to stop working. I didn't try to see if it was the camera itself. Because once that started happening and I knew it wasn't coming back, I immediately pulled this one down and plugged it in. Now when I'm using my computer, I like to have it plugged in. But when it's just sitting there not being used, I'll usually unplug it. Because I don't want it to because sometimes if it's not plugged in, the screen will go black. Like you'll just kind of, like for me, like using my computer, if I don't have it plugged in, it's kind of like with the phone. It kind of times out as you're doing something. So I'm glad I have this other computer. Now, I do have another computer too that I could use because I do have another Chromebook. The Chromebook I'm using now is an Acer Chromebook, and I got it from, I did like a college, well, it was through the college. It was like a furthering your education class that they were offering through my kids' preschool. Well, that's how we signed up. And they come and talk to us about it. It was like so the adults could get their high school diplomas or GEDs or whatever. Well, I already had my high school diploma, but I'll tell you this, the secret. I secretly did it so I could get the computer at the time. Took these classes. Now, I wasn't pregnant. I didn't have my 5-year-old yet. I hadn't even found out I was pregnant with him yet at that time. Because I remember, because I had my son in November of 2016. My sister passed away in January of 2016. And we were driving out to Mississippi. Mississippi in January of 2016 so that we could go to a funeral for my husband's aunt. And we did that. And we had just gotten my van earlier, in 2015, we got my van. After my kids after the school year had started. Because I was driving another van and taking lots of trips to watch my son with his wrestling stuff. But we was taking a trip out to Tremont. No, it was Tooele that we went to. Yeah. My mom, she had a stroke in 2016. In August of 2016. So right around her birthday, she had a stroke. And that was kind of scary. I think it was my aunt that called me and says, "Hey, you need to check on your mom because we were just together and she didn't quite seem right. But she said it was okay for her to drive." I don't know if my mom drove or if my aunt drove her home. I'm not exactly sure. But she said she was fine, but I'm worried about her. So I need you to check on her. Well, we check on her and find out that she'd had a stroke. But she was keeping it a secret. She hadn't really told anybody that that she wasn't feeling up to par. So she had been dealing with this stroke thing for a couple, like at least a day or two all by herself, you know. So she had the deficits and stuff. It didn't affect her like mobility so much. It more so affected her speech. It affected her speech language. Okay, though. So it hasn't like totally affected her. She's like gained most of it back. Occasionally she does have issues with her speech. So right now I am putting the number 6s in my little tray. So occasionally my mom does have trouble with her speech still. Because sometimes it is hard to come up with that word that you want to say. But I think that's with a lot of people, though. But my mom did forget a couple of things in the process. And we'll be talking to her and asking her about something, and she won't remember what situation happened. But she'll remember something like totally off the wall. So glad you made it back, Becky. No, I didn't use my phone. My phone is what I'm reading my messages, the live off of. And I was using my other computer to go live before. I can show you my other computer. Let me grab it. I'm going to lift you back up. You can see a big shot of my hand. So this is my other computer that I use most of the time. And sometimes, like the integrated camera, like, see, it just opened right up. So sometimes it doesn't want to work. It's like this, there's like a software issue with the integrated camera that's in there. And I don't know if that's what the issue was with that, but it is. But I like to use my phone. I don't like to use my phone to do lives. I really don't like to use my phone at all to do videos. I think I need to move this up a little bit so you don't see the box. Because I have my camera, my computer set up on top of a thread box. I could show you the thread box if you want to see it. But the reason why I have my computer set up on the box is because, like, with the way the laptops are and stuff, they do get kind of hot sometimes. And so, and I have like this green mat that I work on, that the warmth from the computer makes this green plastic warp a little bit. But yeah, like I'll show you my box really quick that I have you sitting on. Like, see, I have this box and I have thread and stuff in it also, like my spare threads that I like to keep at my table. And so I like to keep my computers on top of the box. because then it's not going to warp my table. No Wi-Fi. Top, yeah. I'm glad I have Wi-Fi. Thank goodness, because we have the internet connection. Now, my phone like the company I have my cell phone through with T-Mobile, they're starting to offer like the home internet thing where they have the box and you can get it, and it'll basically be your home internet along with your Wi-Fi type thing for all your devices, which I think is a great idea. But we had contacted them a couple months ago, and they said it wasn't quite in my area quite yet. They didn't have it set up, and I was like, dang it. Because we were kind of tired of Comcast. And because we don't use like regular TV channels. Like for our TV, and most of my kids all have like devices anyways. They all have a tablet or something that they watch Netflix on and Disney Plus and stuff. Yeah, they're spoiled, I'm sure. But once you spoil them like that, it's hard to go back to the regular, like them not having a device. But they don't take the device into school with them at all, ever. Devices either stay in the vehicle. When I drop them off to school, they have to leave their device in the vehicle, or their device stays at home. But it's all good. And that's just the way we do things. And then they each have their own computer too. Surprising, right? So, upstairs, like it's just like that way, like there's a little bit and small stairs. You go upstairs, so not all the way upstairs, but just to the first part of the upstairs, my family room, which is also the TV room and the computer room, because we only have one TV, and that's in the one room, and it's mounted to the wall, which is great. And so yeah, I'm trying, Marty. I'm still only got a little bit done, but I'm trying. I know this is going to be like a project that will take a while to do. Well, like upstairs, I have 5 computers set up. Basically because my husband was able to get these small computer towers for really decent price, because we have like a U of U surplus. So it's a University of Utah. So like computers and stuff that they had used in the colleges and for the medical field and stuff. And so sometimes they replace their computers, but everything on the computer is still good. They take out like the hard drive type thing, like the memory and stuff. They take that out of the computers. And so you have to get that for yourself. But they have these little tiny computer towers. They're just small. They're not like these huge ones. They're just small little, like little boxes that they have that everything hooks up into. And so they each have their own monitor and each have their own little computer box. And so we have 5 of them up there. Granted, I only have 4 kids at home, but I do have a nephew that does come over and visit a lot. And so the extra computer is his computer that he can play on when he comes over. I know, so spoiled, right? This one just doesn't seem quite right. All right. So they each have their own computer that they can play on. Well, and then we have a PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation 3. The PlayStation, I used to have a PlayStation 2, but we gave it to my husband's sister years ago. I don't even think they have it anymore, actually. Because that's what I used to play my, like, video games on and stuff that I play on the computer, was with my PlayStation 2. And I guess, like, the PlayStation 3 does handle those games okay, but it doesn't handle them as well as a PlayStation 2 did. And the PlayStation 3, it's so noisy. But we do have a PlayStation 4, and sometimes they ask if we're gonna, some people ask if we're gonna get a PlayStation 5. And I'm like, well, not anytime soon. I'm gonna have to clean out the tip of this little, like, wax thing in here in a minute. Oh, I'm so glad you're back, Artsy. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties for a minute. I'm so sorry about that. I guess I'm going to have to call it session 1 and session 1.2, right? Or something. I don't know. How is crazy that it just, like, stopped working. And I don't know if it was my computer or if it was the connection. I don't know. I'll take a look at it later after. But yeah, this is kind of fun. And see that this will take quite a while, though. You know, because I'm only, like, have a little tiny bit done on the top. And still have a lot more to go. So last night I was, like, going through, like, messages and stuff. And my son's teacher will send out a message every day saying how the day went and what's happening in school and what they did for the day, and then reminding them of their homework that needs to be turned in on Thursdays. And then there was also a reminder for the kids. I need to clean this tip out. Trying to anyways. I'm gonna have to get a needle really quick, because this tip is just getting too gummed up. I try to blow it out, but I guess I don't have that much hot air in my lungs. All right. So see, I got the little thing of wax out. But I was reading the messages last night, and my daughter was telling me that today was going to be like a best dress day. Like basically the girls wear a dress and the boys wear like kind of like church pants and a shirt. I call them church pants because they're like the nicer slacks. But my son likes those anyways. He'll put them on after school just to wear as regular pants. And I'm cool with that. But he put on a button-up shirt and everything. Now I got him ready for school in his regular school clothes, like in his uniform. And then he saw that his sister was wearing a dress. And he's like, I want to wear a best dress. And so I'm like, oh, well, let me see if I can find your shirt to wear. And I got in the closet and I found a size 5 one, because he's 5. So luckily it's not too small yet. But I was like, man, this is rough. Because, you know, we haven't been to church in like 2 years. I know. That's hard. Hi, Beth. Well, you enjoy your dinner, Gigi. So glad you could join us today, Beth. Now I'm doing my diamond dot painting. Now I started another live, and then my camera on my computer, I don't know if it was my camera or the connection or something, but it just went all black. And so I figured that being that it went all black and there wasn't anything there, that maybe my camera took a dump. You know, because I've been having trouble with that computer and that camera for quite a while. And my warranty just ended on that computer too. Like it ended in October. So I'm a little bummed about that. Because if it hadn't, I would have taken the computer in and said, hey, if this happened again, I want you to take it in and I want you to actually like replace the camera and fix it. Well, there's no chance to do that now because the computer's out of warranty. And so I can't do anything about it. And I could get the camera replaced. But is it worth it? Like my video editing software will still work. Like I can take videos off of this computer that I'm using. And I know, Joni, such a heathen. Like I can take the videos and stuff off of this computer and transfer it over to my other computer to do my video editing, because this computer that I'm using, it doesn't do video editing very well unless they've updated their drivers and stuff for the Chromebooks. But I've never been able to do like video editing on this computer. And that's one of the reasons why I got my other computer when I got it, is because it had the space and it had the video editing software that I could do the video editing that I wanted to do. But you know, it has been like 3 years since I last like really used the computer, I guess, because I got my computer that I'm not using right now. I got that back, I think, in 2019. So only had like a 3-year warranty on it. It had like a 1 year for the computer itself, like through the manufacturer. But through like Best Buy, I bought like the longest warranty thing they offered me, which was 3 years. Like the Geek Squad protection thing. And oh, did you get those napkins from Joni, Beth? That was so cute. I don't know if any of them fall off, Beth. So this is the first time that I have done a diamond dot painting. Now it has some kind of adhesive on this thing here. So what I have is I have my plastic here that's kind of shiny that I'm keeping adhered to the rest of this. And I just kind of have it taped down with a piece of tape here. And I just have it rolled down. So I'm working on this top part because I don't want any of the like the sticky glue stuff that's on the painting itself to dry out. Now I did read somewhere that you're well, I looked on how this was exactly supposed to work before I started because I hadn't watched anything. So I wanted to see how they did it with this wax stuff because they have this like this little wax that you put in the tip of this so it sticks to the little gem so you can use it. And then it just kind of sticks onto this sticky stuff that's on here. And then you get a couple more gems here. So I figure if I just work from like my way down and keep the plastic on the majority of it until I get to that point, that's good. Because my hands do like to stick into stuff and that. And so it's good to have the plastic on there. And I did mount it on the board. On a canvas board. So I have this canvas board here. Like I have this canvas board here that I mounted it on. And what I did is like this back, like I just mounted it straight on top of another canvas. So the canvas that's under it says "Be Beautiful." And so I just kind of mounted the picture right on top of that other canvas. And then I kind of used my double-sided like craft tape that I got from the dollar store. I put those in like little strips across and mounted it. And then when it was time to do the sides, so I went going down and stretched it and mounted it. And then on the sides, I put some on there and then folded those over. And then after I got those all mounted that way, I went and put staples on the back because I have a staple gun. And I have like, because with a staple gun, you have like staples that are like really thin, like that are like super light duty staples. And then you have staples that are like thicker, that are heavier duty. called me a heathen because I haven't been to church since the pandemic hit. And my kids don't want to go. And I can't just like go to church and leave them. So yeah. That's why she called me a heathen. But she was just joking. It was like not offensive at all. It was just like a joke. Because, yeah. Now I listened to Steffi's Bible reading. I think it was yesterday. I know I listened to it yesterday. It might have been yesterday that she released it. Her reading of Luke. And it was talking about the birth of Christ and stuff. And how like it came about with John the Baptist and Zachariah and them, just everything. And the way she read it, and I guess it had a lot to do with the book she was reading out of too. Because, whenever I read it, sometimes it doesn't always make sense. And so realizing that yeah, so after she was talking about it, and she uses a different type of Bible. And I've ever really used the King James Version Bible. And so I didn't always. That's because that's what we used, is the King James Version. That's all, If you had any other kind, with, I don't know, it's just weird. But it has a lot of the thee and thou and those type of weird words. And so it gets confusing a lot. And when she was reading, it was more understandable. And I guess the fact of that is that it's more understandable because they changed those words up just to be that. Oh, I bet. Is your sound skipping? I hope it's not for everybody. I'm sorry if it is. And now I have a number 2 because I'm kind of working my way out from this owl. I'll do a number 2. I just have to find it here. Oh, I still have it connected to the number 3. Go figure. All right, so I have the number 2 here. Oh, and it looks like another little bird shape here. Okay. I just work on one number at a time as I can. But at least these ones are more uniform, and I'm not going to have to twist my whole thing around to get it to stick where it needs to stick to. But yeah, I really enjoyed Steffi's reading. So this morning I woke up 6:30, of course, because that's when my alarm goes off. And so once my alarm goes off and my phone wakes then I get a ding, 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 like just these little messages like that my phone makes saying, oh, somebody's streaming or something, or somebody's posted a new. Because certain ones of my friends, I like to have the notifications on now. So if somebody's streaming or posted a new video, I'll be alerted of it and I'll know. Now, I don't have it alerting me for everybody. But for the live streams that I like to watch, I do have it notify me. Because sometimes you need that fix just to because days get really boring sometimes. I think it would be interesting to do one that is like the full, has like the dots on the whole thing. Because they do have I guess they do have the background kind of filled in. I don't know how it looks exactly. But it would have been kind of cool to do one that had the that had you filling in the whole page with the dots. I guess we're just embellishing the spots. Oh my goodness. Oh, I bet that was scary, Beth. Now, when the pandemic hit for our church, everything got shut down. Like, for the first couple months, the bishop, they would send out emails and stuff, and he says, okay, so, because I am like LDS, so I'm a member of the Latter-day Saints. Oh yes, I'm Mormon. And I don't express my religion a lot. I don't talk about it a lot because that's not who I am. Like, even in school, I didn't express. Well, I'm glad he's better, Beth. That is super scary. But, like when the pandemic hit, basically church stopped. Just found a little sticky thing. And so we didn't attend church. Now, we did do church from home. Go over to my husband's parents' house because his sister also lived out there, lived with his parents, and his brother lives there too. Because, his parents are just nice that way to let them live there. His brother is like 46 and still lives at home with mommy and daddy. But I don't think that'll ever change either. Which is fine because his parents are getting on the older side and have mobility issues and stuff. And if their dad fell down or something, there's no way their mom could help him get up. Just like if their mom fell down or something, there's no way the dad could help him up. So having siblings there, like the children there to help with that, is a blessing. Yeah, I liked kind of like the Zoom church too. Like we like later they did end up doing like a YouTube stream. So for certain people that weren't quite ready or were too sick, like invalid to go, they could watch it every week on the, but they like kind of limited how many people would be there in the building, and they would have like their Sunday school and stuff, that the teacher doing the Sunday school would be at the church teaching the lesson, doing it like on a stream, like on like a Zoom connection. Because for the Sunday school, it was like a Zoom. And for the like sacrament meeting type thing, it was a YouTube that we'd connect with the link. Well, I guess they stopped doing that. So I don't watch it anymore because you can't, because they don't stream it like that anymore. Well, and you can't go back and watch it either. It was like, in order to watch it, you had to have that special code that they gave out to you, and you'd watch it, and then once it was over, it's gone. You don't have any way to watch it again. Once the stream is over, it's over for the church. And so I would watch it, but I heard that they're not doing that anymore. And it was good to be able to watch it and still be able to listen to the speakers and stuff and the lessons and sing the songs and stuff with them. But my kids don't want to go. And I guess I'm just being too nice of a mom, and I'm not forcing them. Although my other kids would probably be kind of upset about that, because I used to always let them go. Every Sunday, we would get up and we would get ready and we'd go to church. Yeah. Not so much anymore. Although my husband has been going back to church. Only because he's in Texas. And since he's in Texas and it's just him, and he does have a couple of friends, well, like army buddies that went with him that are same religion. Hi, Guitar Shocker. Guitar Shocker, we care. You shut your channel down? What? You were fabulous. You were fabulous with that guitar. I have watched several of your streams. Don't say that. How am I going to get my guitar fixed then if you shut that down? He plays guitar and he can play. He is fabulous. Come on, Guitar Shocker, don't do that. Don't shut it down. We care. I care. I'm a subscriber of you. And I like to watch you. Seriously. Don't shut you down. Don't. I like watching you play. You have some mad skills. Oh my goodness. You are fabulous. Yeah, he plays the guitar, Becky. Oh, he is a good player. Oh my goodness. It amazes me how good they guitar players can be. They've got some skills. Like my son wanted to play guitar at one point. I got him like a child-sized guitar. I think I even got him a bigger size guitar too. He ended up breaking it because he got mad because he's on the spectrum. And, you know, so... Well, and I think one of the guitars that I got them, it just needs the strings replaced because he broke the strings. And I'm not that good. I don't know if he's still here or not. He left like so fast. Oh my goodness. He was in and out so fast. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to catch everybody without stopping and like looking up. I'm so sorry. Guitar Shocker. Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't shut your channel down. I need to hear that guitar play sometimes. I'll see you playing and I'll sit there and lurk in the background and watch. And listen. Because it is fabulous. I'm not seeing any more number 2s. Well, I have more number 2s. But I don't want to scan that down yet. So I will put these number 2s back in the thing. Yeah. He's really good, Beth. He does a really good job. I just like drop beads everywhere. Sometimes they're hard to pick up because they're so slippery and small. Okay. I put those number 2s back. Now what's the next number? Okay. I think the next number that we're going to do is the number 7s right here. I have number 3s right there. Number 7s right here. Drop in some number 7s. And this one, it was a green, that one was in there. Okay. Oh, I bet. All right. Thank you so much for joining me, Sherry. I'm so glad you came back. I'm sorry my other stream cut out on me. I'm glad you came back. You know, I haven't gotten that much done for being on here for a whole hour already past. Like before, I was on for an hour and then almost an hour. I think it cut out at like 45 minutes. And then it took me 5 minutes to figure things out. And then I've been on here. Whoops. I'm going to use my little tweezers. Watch out. Because I just got little pearly ends on there. That's what that's for. It's picking up the little scrap wax pieces that drop out of your pickup tool to get it off your screen. That's what those tweezers are for. I'm just kidding. That's probably not really, but that works out great to get those little stringy bits off of there. All right, well, hopefully your doctor's appointment goes well, Beth. Hope you have a good appointment. I'm so glad you could join me today. It's good to see. So like earlier, I don't know if it was on my last one or not, but I was talking about like reading messages for my kids' school. And so I was reading the messages and I was talking about stuff, and then I was looking at the date and I'm like, wait, there's no school next week. I was like, man, how does that go by so fast? So they don't have school next week. My kids don't, which in a way it's okay, because then that just means I don't have to go anywhere. But then that means they'll be noisy and awake and fighting and bugging each other because there'll be no school. But that also means it's Thanksgiving next week. So 1 week till Thanksgiving, folks. And then that also means that next week is my son's birthday. I swear I just celebrated birthday last week, which I did. So they're not like way, their birthdays aren't like way far apart. Because last week on Friday was my 13-year-old's birthday. And then next week is my 5-year-old's birthday, and he'll be 6. So his birthday is on the Saturday next week. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Victoria. So glad you could join us. I'm doing a little diamond dot painting here. Like I had started it, and I was, going along, and then my camera on my other computer, something happened. I lost my stream. And so I turned on my other computer and started again and continued. Because I want to at least get this section up here done during this stream. So like my little exposed areas are taken care of. Granted, I will put the cover back up over it after I cover these up, just because. But uh-oh, I just stuck that one on upside down. That was silly. That one just does not want to go on. And then I got some of my red wax stuck in there again. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so my daughter this morning, because today they're doing a little Thanksgiving dinner type thing at school that they do for lunch. So they have like a turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy and stuff with it. And then they also have a pumpkin pie. And they do this every year for the kids, which is really cool. So my kids like it. Like they used to invite like some of the parents to go and join them during their lunch thing. Like we'd pay a couple dollars and we go sit down with them and eat lunch with them. But since the pandemic, that really has not happened. So my little kindergartner isn't going to have the chance for me to join him for lunch while they eat their meal at school. Not like my other kids, because my other kids, I was able to go join them all when they were in kindergarten. Like usually also when they were in the other grades too. Because I remember when my daughter was in kindergarten and they were doing the little lunch thing. And so I went and joined her for lunch, but I also was able to join my my 10-year-old at the time. Well, he's 10 now, but he wasn't at that time. But I was also able to eat lunch with him, and I also took my now 5-year-old with me because he wasn't in preschool yet at that time. So I took him also, and he was able to eat lunch with us, which was fun. But him being in kindergarten, I can't go and eat lunch with them. Sometimes I have to double look at what number I'm doing. A little bit more of number 7 here. But yeah, this is kind of fun. Would have been nice to have gotten my correct thumbnail picture up there. That's okay though. My next picture will have like what I have done so far, like for my next video. So it'll just be like a little continuation. The same as I did for my frog. Like I would, as I'm going, I would post like where I left off of type of thing, like and with starting with the new video. And so I would have like so much of the frog done and have the pictures posted that just kind of showed like the progress. But the frog is all done now. So my daughter likes these diamond dot things. So we've been like, sometimes I would take her to the store with me and she's like, oh mom, I want this one. I'm like, really? Why? It's like, well, it's diamond dots. I like doing this stuff. Well, and then half the time you'd find these little diamond gems like strewn across the floor and just like a mess everywhere. And the picture isn't even done. I don't even think she's working on it. And you're like, so why did I get this for you if you're not going to do it? Because I understand it's like a long, lengthy process and it takes a lot of patience to do it. And I guess she just doesn't have the patience to do it. But, you know, if you're going to do a project, you kind of need to stick to it a little bit at least. And unfortunately, my daughter has a really hard time with that. So I'm looking for number 7s. Still got some number 7s up here in the corner. But yeah, this is pretty fun. Like I was telling my daughter how long it took me to do the frog and how many sessions, and she's like, so you add like 10 sessions together with like at least 2 hours per session. That's like 20 hours, Mom. I'm like, yeah. She's like, Mom, how could a painting take like 20 hours? Like, it does. I don't know. Because that's the way it is, I guess. She didn't really like my explanation, I'm sure. I'm like, not all of them are 2 hours. Some of them are a little bit shorter time frames, you know. And I did a little bit at a time. And I talked while I did it. And I told stories. And then sometimes I would get sidetracked and want to show other things as I'm talking because that's what happens. You know? Oh, that's good. Hi, Sam. How are you doing? Now, seeing you here, Sam, it reminds me of gloves and how cold my hands are. I don't know, my hands just get cold quite often. But I don't have any gloves near me. I would stick one on this hand because it's cold. Just for you, gloves. Oh, wait. Wait, gloves. I have a glove. It's not a latex glove, but it's like a mitten. It's like warm. And I know exactly where they are. It's like a winter like type gloves, Sam. Well, let me show you. See, I got like, it's like a fingerless mitten, and then it has like the little thing over. Like, I think this is more like a children's glove type thing. But see, it still has a thumb that shows. But yeah. I found these, like, I think I got them from Walmart for like really inexpensive because I know I'm doing the 7s, and I think I ran out of 7s to do. But sometimes during, like, after Christmas time and stuff, Walmart will do like their big Christmas sales. And I will like do the Christmas sales. And so while I was doing the Christmas sale, because they had a whole bunch of like blankets and stuff on sale, I think some of them were like 50 cents each. And I think some of them were like 25 cents each, like the smaller ones. So people were like going crazy. And some of the like the bigger, nicer ones and stuff, they were like 90% off the original price. So they were like $10 normally, but like $1 something. Yeah, I think they were like $1 or $2 for the blankets that were nicer. Like, I have this blanket here that I have in by my chair. Like when I get cold or I'm watching YouTube and I want to just sit here and like binge out and watch YouTube or stuff that I like to watch my friends. And sometimes I'm just not quite in that mood to craft. Like a couple days ago, I was watching somebody and I was just sitting here, but I wasn't doing any crafting. I could have been, but I just wasn't. I was just sitting here. And then I was talking to somebody. I don't know which live it was that I was on, but then they're talking to him like, you know what? I'm ready to craft now. Well, I got my dad's little bag done. Yeah. There's some things that I'll get at Walmart. Now, like when it comes to like sometimes the frozen foods and stuff or the refrigerated foods, a lot of the times I just won't even bother with their groceries that way because the last time, well, no, it was a while back. And so I've kind of like not gotten some of their stuff because like I would go through the aisle sometimes when they're stocking stuff and there's like they'd put their frozen foods out and they would be sitting there in the aisle, but nobody's actively putting them away. And they're still sitting there in the aisle an hour later because I'm doing my other shopping, getting my other stuff done. And these frozen foods are still sitting in the aisle untouched, thawing, like after a whole hour. And they're still sitting there with no attendance, no nothing. So I try not to get like frozen foods and stuff from Walmart because I just didn't like what I was seeing. And then when I was getting juices and stuff, because my kids, we used to get WIC for my kids when they were little. And like, so we get like the frozen juices and stuff. And sometimes I would touch the cans and they would be thawed out. Like, and so these juices are being refrozen after they're put in this freezer because they're sitting out so long that they're not getting put away. There are certain things I get from Walmart grocery-wise, but I try not to get frozen stuff. Like sometimes I need milk and stuff. And I'm just not in any like sense of mind to run to the grocery store and get the milk. That I'll just hop on my Walmart app that I have and I'll order it that way. Or like feminine hygiene products. I'm sorry, but anybody else? Yeah, well, okay. I was putting it on to satisfy Sam because he likes but yes, my hand is cold. My hand is cold. Just this hand. Not this hand, just this hand is cold. Maybe it might also because I was crossing my legs underneath my table. And I was probably cutting off some of my circulation doing that. I know, that was kind of funny on Marty. So Sam is fascinated with gloves. He loves gloves. I think he's also one of the spectrum friends. Because my son is on the spectrum. Now, he's not fascinated with gloves so much. But he is fascinated with, right now he wants to own a space station, like when he gets older. He used to say he wanted to have a pizzeria when he got older, which he might still have one. But then there was something else he was saying that he would like to have. I don't remember exactly what it was, though. He was talking about something. He changes his mind. But, like, the most focus he gets is, yeah, they do. So they do, they have their fascinations with things. And, like, Trey's fascination is with squeeze bottles. Like ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise, ranch. He loves the squeeze bottles, and I'm cool with that. I understand, because I have a kid that's on this. Well, I have two kids that are on the spectrum. They've both been diagnosed with autism. And so seeing that fascination, I understand it, because my kids are fascinated with certain things. I know that one does not belong there, and it doesn't want to come up. See, so this thing is not meant to pick up beads. It's just meant to pick up the little stringy bits from your wax. That's all these tweezers are good for. Just picking up the stringy things from your wax. Yes, he does. Like when he went to the store and got his bottles of soap for his hygiene. At least he likes to be clean. That's a big thing. There's some that don't like to be clean. There's lots of people that don't like to be clean. So I understand those things. Like my dad's fascination was with model cars. He used to build the model cars. And that's what he did. He could sit there for hours and play with his model cars. Yeah, Joni is fascinating. I love her crocheting. Oh my goodness. She is fabulous. But my dad used to do the model cars a lot. Like build them and stuff. And he'd enter them in contests. Well, a couple years ago, my mom was talking to us. And she mentioned that my dad is on the spectrum. That my dad is autistic. Which you normally wouldn't think that. But then thinking of my dad's behaviors and things that happen, you're like, yeah, I can see that. I can see where that autism comes from. So with autism, like with genetics, a lot of the times it will skip a generation. So, like his kids may not have autism, which I'm sure some of us do. Like, probably not me. I have my own problems. But, like my brother, like my younger brother, he might have a little bit of autism in him. He has a hard time with stuff. Like one of my younger brothers says that he doesn't want to procreate. Like he doesn't want to have a child himself. Like he loves children. He'll help take care of kids. He doesn't have a problem with that. but he doesn't want to have a child himself. He doesn't want to like get a girl pregnant. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the kids, like, their behaviors are kind of normal. But a lot of us aren't used to it. So I am like grateful for the time that I grew up in. Yeah, a lot of that they do just need to be left alone to live the way they live. But for some, like I was not a huge believer in meds, Joni. Not at all. Like my son was diagnosed with PDD and he had the ADHD in that, like my 22-year-old. Now PDD is called pervasive developmental disorder, which we had taken him to get tested for Asperger's because just his mannerisms and stuff, because that was really a big thing at that point, and his mannerisms and stuff like pointed to Asperger's. And it's part of autism. He's on the spectrum. And so a lot of that pointed to that point. And so we were kind of concerned about him because he was having trouble in school and stuff. But we took him to get tested, and he was like right there on the verge of being an Aspie kid. Okay, see you later, Becky. Yeah, we are who we are. And so, but my son, he was having issues in school, and so that's one of the reasons why I started to homeschool him. Like, this bead looks like totally wacky. It has like a big like scratch through it. Oh, it looked like it to me at first. Maybe it just had something else on it. Let me see. Oh, it seems fine now. I don't know. It must have been a reflection from. It looked like it had a giant scratch going down the center of it. But yeah, my son, he looked like an Aspie kid. He acted like an Aspie kid. And they did not diagnose him with Asperger's because, like, he was like 1 point off of something. And so they diagnosed him with the other. Now they would just put him on the spectrum and call it that and call it Asperger's. They would just call it autism. I have 4 kids at home now. So my 2 oldest, I have a 22-year-old that lives in Virginia. He actually joined the Navy, thank goodness, because, he was kind of able to get past, those quirks. He still has some of the quirks, but they're not as bad as what they used to be. So he's able to get past that and, like, kind of live a normal life. Yeah, it is kind of scary, isn't it, Joni? But so my son, well, because he was having so many problems in school, and the teachers were having a hard time dealing with him, and I needed some answers. And the only way to get him on an IEP and get him the help he needed so that he could be in school, not be kicked out, was to get him diagnosed. Well, I homeschooled him for 3 years. And then I ended up sending them back and they did regular school. And which was fine. I didn't mind homeschooling at all. Granted, after the fact of it all, it was like, yep, I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. Because my kids don't listen to me. They don't want to learn from mom. They don't want to do that kind of schoolwork. Because it's a lot of work. And it consumes a lot of time. Because we were using a homeschool program through the state. And it was a lot. It was a lot to handle. And a lot of stress and a lot of everything. And my kids were finally like, Mom, we're done learning from you. We want to go back to normal school. We want to go back and interact with friends at school. We don't want to be taught by you anymore. You know. And yeah, some people would take offense to that. And it was hard. But in the long run, it was the best thing. Because I homeschooling, it was stressful trying to keep up with, the curriculum. Now, if I had it all to do over again, like if I was doing stuff, I'd probably like kind of teach my own stuff, just as long as they're learning like the math and stuff. But I live in Utah, and so there is like certain guidelines you're supposed to meet when like doing the homeschool stuff. But yeah. So the straw man, I haven't heard of that system. Like, I heard of the straw man. That's like in Wizard of Oz. Is that the straw man you're talking about, Joni? Yeah. I think we'd be just fine without some of the dictatorship of the government. I don't get a whole lot involved in politics, though. I have my opinions, but I don't get really, like, involved. It's just not my cup of tea. And I don't even drink tea. But I like the saying. But yeah, so my son had gone to school, and it was like towards the end of the school year. They had maybe like 2 weeks of school left or something, or like a week and a half. And so it was getting closer to like their end of the year little like carnival thing that the kids do at school sometimes. And so they did this little end of the year carnival. Okay. I'll look into it, Tony. But I think they had like accident, or maybe they did it on purpose. Well, they decided they were going to beat up a kindergartner. I guess my daughter was in first grade. And they pushed down the kindergartner and hurt him. And or her. Because my kids were weird. And they had like super like influential like naughty friends. But so my son got in trouble. Well, my daughter got in trouble too, But it was right towards the end of school. Like, I think they'd also worn like their rollerblades or something that day, or their like little Willie shoes, and they got in trouble for that too. But they were at school, and the school calls me and tells me I have to pick them up and that they're being suspended. Well, and then they tell me that due to their behavior that they could not return to school for the rest of the school year. And they only had like a week and a half left, but also that they were not allowed to attend the end of the year carnival that they were doing, like the little party thing. I'm like, really? You're not going to allow them to attend this party? Well, that's not nice of you. But that was like my last straw, because I was dealing with, a baby. He was like born in January. No, he was born in November, just previous. And I think what it was is that things had happened before I had my 13-year-old. So I was pregnant with them at the time that the school calls me and it's like, hey, they're suspended and they can't come back to school at all until next year. Well, I was a little frustrated because my kids were always getting suspended, just for stupid little things. Like my son, we're doing an art project in first grade. Okay, he ended up, they were squeezing glue out on the paper, and he was doing an okay job. But this kid bumps his elbow and bumps him, and so this glue squeezes out on the table. Well, of course my son's upset, but the teacher doesn't handle it very well and yells at him and doesn't really like explain anything at all. That was in first grade. So that was a little frustrating. But we still continue to go. They still continue to go to school. And then the next year happened. Let's see. He was in 6th grade when I sent him back to regular school. So it was like 2.5 years that I homeschooled him. So, because I sent him back like middle of 6th grade. And I sent my daughter back in 4th grade, but because I made her repeat 3rd grade. And that really didn't do any good, But which number? I was doing number 11. Okay. A problem with my chat here. See if I can pull it back up. But yeah, it was frustrating, to say the least. So I have the number 11s out. I'll move this down a little bit more here, just so I can get to these number 11s. But yeah, it was frustrating, to say the least. Well, and my son I guess he was in 3rd grade. Was he? Or was he in 2nd grade? I think he was actually in 2nd grade. Yeah, he was in 2nd grade. Because my daughter was in 1st grade. So he was in 2nd. And he did pretty good in second grade. But there was issues anyways, and then him getting suspended and not being able to go back to school. And that was hard. And that was kind of my last straw. I was like, okay, I'm done with this. And because the school just was not very conducive to my kids' learning. It wasn't helping anything. So I discussed with my mom, and my husband was, of course, in Afghanistan at the time. And I let him know what was going on. And I'm like, yep, I decided I'm going to homeschool the kids. You know, because I just had the 2 at the time. And I was pregnant too. I'm pretty sure it was that time. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. But my phone keeps having connection issues. But so I was fed up with it. So I just like, okay, well, I can look into the homeschool program. And so I signed him up for that. And we did that for 3 years. And then my kids are like, no, Mom, we're done. And so I just kind of put up with it and sent him back to regular school, which was fine. But after sending him back, so when I sent him back, I had my 10-year-old at the time. So I had just had my 10-year-old. So he was a baby. And he was a handful. So I'd had him in May of that year. And so it was like March. So he was probably 11 months old at the time that I sent my kids back, because they decided that they wanted to go back to school in March. Now, granted, I also had my mom here, and at a point I had my brother living here too. So I had help. And at the time, I don't think my mom was working too much, because I think she was staying home for the most part. But I don't remember. She might have still had her business and working in her business at that time. But she lived with me. So if something happened, she could help watch the kids. She could help manage taking care of them. Well, and my dad was here too. Yep, I have a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 13-year-old. And yep, the 8-year-old is Elizabeth, and the others are boys, yes. So my 5-year-old is Timothy. He'll be 6 next week. Well, then I'll be calling in my 6-year-old next week on Saturday. And then my 10-year-old is Daniel. He will be, I'm going to save that one for my 8. He's going to be, oh yeah, they love school buses. Yep, he will be a birthday boy on Saturday next week. On Friday last week, on Veterans Day, was my other boy's birthday, Ethan, which just turned 13. I kind of think that all of my kids are on the spectrum in one way or the other, because my daughter, she had been tested, and they said they was going to diagnose her, but then they decided that they weren't going to, because it would stick with them for the rest of their lives. Well, it doesn't really matter, because it stuck with her anyways, because she was old enough to hear those things and to hear the discussions. And, she's been around enough to know that she's right there on the verge, like just right there on the edge, which they could have given her that diagnosis. They just didn't. They just kept it as like a developmentally delayed, or in other words, in some of it, they put emotionally disturbed, which sounds really bad, right? To have an emotionally disturbed daughter. But I did take her to many therapists. And so she was diagnosed with a schizotypical personality disorder. So almost like schizophrenia, but as a child, they can't really diagnose you with schizophrenia. That doesn't really work. I guess they could have, but they didn't. But for her, with just everything going on, it did kind of look that way. And like them talking to her and her going through therapy and stuff, it does get rough. And at one point, the therapist is like, yeah, there's nothing we can do for her. I'm like, what do you mean there's nothing you can do for her? They're like, well, we can diagnose her with what she has. So they gave me a little printout telling me what she was diagnosed with and explained to me what it was. Because I actually had to get a printout because I had to provide it to DCFS and the authorities because of her storytelling. That was getting us in trouble. Because her stories, oh my goodness. So she'll tell a story and she'll believe it the moment it comes out of her mouth. She convinces herself that these things actually happened. And so, what are you saying? What about Marty? I get good at paying attention to my stories and my kids. But yeah, it's schizotypical personality disorder. It's where they tell themselves something so much that they believe it themselves. It's like kind of like a hypochondriac. And she is kind of a hypochondriac too. Which is crazy. But her dad is also a pathological liar. And so that, like I keep seeing, like these different little things that they don't belong in here, but sometimes they get mixed up in these numbers. And which one am I working on? Am I working on number 8? Okay. I have to look at the bag to double check on which number I'm working on, or I'm not going to be able to get it. And you guys can still hear me, right? I could turn up my volume on my phone and make sure you can hear me. But why would I want to do that? No, they didn't label her as schizophrenic, but she's borderline. Now she's 20. Yeah, she's a storyteller, but these were stories that she was telling that they weren't like stories. They were like affecting her real life. Like she was actually telling her teachers that she had cancer as a child, that she had childhood cancer. Like she was lying to her teachers. You know, she seriously believed that she had childhood cancer, and she never did. Like we had cut her hair short because she had gotten lice from her friends at school. Yeah. So true. But see, we never really told her what her diagnosis was. We didn't tell her what her diagnosis was. But I had to tell her teacher, like her guidance counselor and like the IEP team for school, because they had to know. Like even like Child Protective Services. I had to let them know what her diagnosis was because of the situation that was going on, because of her stories, because it got us in trouble with the authorities because of her storytelling. It was kind of like this empathy thing where she would talk to her friends, and then all of a sudden what they were talking about was now her reality. It's something that she was telling her friends that happened to her, that also happened to her, when it never did. Like one of her friends was getting abused by their stepdad. And so all of a sudden, she started coming up with these stories that she was getting abused. She wasn't, but like my second husband, he was abusive. Like sexually and physically abusive and verbally. So he was just a horrible person. But like my current husband, my third husband, that she was telling these people that was, you know, inappropriately touching her, he never did. And she was telling these stories because her friends were talking about these stories at school with her. That could have been it, Marty. That could have been. Because I don't know where all that cancer came from. But okay, so I think I know where it came from. Best friend, during school, during elementary and stuff, and junior high, that her mom had cancer. So her mom was fighting cancer. And her mom eventually passed away from cancer. Like after they moved. So they moved to South Carolina to be with her mom's family. And so her best friend's mom had cancer. That might have been where she latched onto it from. That totally makes sense, Marty. I didn't even think that's... Yeah, exactly, Marty. You know, watching these shows. So, you know, I to her like teachers and stuff, like during her IEP meetings, to let them know the diagnosis, because they had to know. They had to know that not everything that came out of this little girl's mouth was truth. I'm like, if you have a question about something, don't be calling the cops on me and DCFS, because that's not going to do you any good. Because I had to tell him, my child is a storyteller. She will tell stories that, is going to get me in trouble. I was looking for number threes, and I haven't even opened up the number threes yet. But I do have the number twos open. But yeah, that totally makes sense now. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together before, Marty. See, you're so smart. What would I do without you, Miss Marty Pants? I'm doing the number twos. But yeah, I hadn't even put it 2 and 2 together that it could have been her telling cancer because her friend's mom had cancer. Because she was fighting it for quite a while. And so she probably latched onto it thinking that she had it. Like, she latches onto a lot of things. Like, she's now saying that she's suffering from seizures. And her friend had seizures and stuff. And my daughter has never... Yeah, Miss Marty Pants. Marty. Marty. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious, Joni. But... like, my daughter claimed that she's had seizures since living with her friend. She has never, ever been prone to seizures or anything ever in her entire life. Never had one. Never been, like, even susceptible to them. And then all of a sudden, she's claiming that she has seizures. And maybe she could, because she is on, like, a handful of medications. And it's like, really? Do you really need all those medications? Like, she's taken one for her ADHD because she gets it bad. She's taken one for her breathing because sometimes, like, she has an inhaler because sometimes she has trouble breathing, like, get shortness of breath. But that just could be also because of the pandemic and people being sick. And then she also claims that she she does get migraines sometimes. So she gets, like, really bad migraines. And so she's on a medication for migraines, which is understandable. But she has gotten on a lot of medications, and it's kind of scary sometimes, to be on all these different medications. Now I'm going back to number 6. Yeah, probably. Well, I just think you were smart, Marty, because you put 2 and 2 together, and I didn't even think of that connection, and you just spit it right out there about maybe one of her friends talking about cancer. And I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. It never even to me about that. It like was never like something that like cued me in. A lot of medical issues too. And so a lot of her medical issues stem off of his medical issues. And so a lot of her stuff could be like hypochondriacism type thing, because they read about things and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've got this. This is what I have. This is my diagnosis. You know, it's kind of scary. I'm glad I'm not that way. I hate taking medications. I am not one that's going to like, oh yeah, give me a pill. All right, doc, I'll take it for the rest of my life. Nope. Like, if they give me a pill, I'm like, so how long do I need to take this for? Is there any alternative? Like, nope, but you need to take this for at least like 7 days. I'm like, all right, but I'm not taking it any longer than that. And it's like if it's an antibiotic. If they said, oh, well, you need this for depression or whatever. Like, nope. I don't know, but I'm not really a depressed person. I've had episodes of depression, you know, where I just sunk into like a deep depression, where it was like almost suicidal depression, because it was pretty bad. But the thing is, when I was going through that, I was like, you know what? I just need to find something to be happy about, and it'll pass. I'll be fine. It was like a temporary thing. I just needed to get past it. Yeah, they used to think I had a thyroid disease, Marty, when I was little. When I was little, they used to test me all the time. They would stick this like giant needle in my arm and test, like, take blood out all the time. Like, seriously, a giant needle. And they would take blood and test me and stuff. Number 6. Gotta remember which ones I'm doing because I don't want to mess up. But they used to think there was always something wrong with my thyroid. And so they would test me. And this was when I was little, like just a little child. And then the test would come back. And everything would come back normal. Like, no, there's not anything wrong with their thyroid. Thank goodness. But they used to think there was going to be something wrong. But because I was so small, well, I am kind of still small, and so light, that they used to think I had something wrong with my thyroid. I kind of want to just peel it back and like fill in all the 6s, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to peel the whole thing back. So which other number? We have a number 10, and I think I already have the 10 open. That's a 13. That's a 7, 2, 5. Yep, I'm looking for a number 10. There we go. Here's a number 10. They're like the little sparkly diamonds. Yeah, like they wanted my husband to go on an antidepressant, like I think Prozac, and he wouldn't. And so he'd have his like checkups and stuff with the VA that he does, and sometimes they were like, well, there's not anything wrong with you. You're not on any medications and you're refusing to take any. Yeah, I don't want it to, incapacitate him, because he's seen like bad effects of Prozac. Like my kids, like my 10-year-old, he could never take Prozac ever. It would be detrimental to his well-being. It would kind of set him off in a schizophrenic rage. It would be that bad. But for school, he has to be on something. It's like ADHD medicine. So he's on like starts with a T. Because he was on Adderall for a while. But that caused too many reactions, like he had tics and stuff. Yeah, like involuntary muscle movements. But it got so bad that at times he was ticking so bad that it would look like he was going to give himself whiplash. Oh, I bet. Hashimoto's. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry about that, Marty. Hard. Well, they used to think I had, well, actually, I did have an eating disorder when I was 4. And not many people know. But when I was 4, I was anorexic. Yeah. A 4-year-old being anorexic, okay? Which is crazy. But, like, so when my kids were 4, I was like, wow, how could anyone? It's like, oh, look how cute and chubby you are. Oh, look at those cheeks. I just want to squeeze them. Oh, look how plump you are. Aren't you just the cutest thing ever? Type thing. That wears on a child. Because they do not want to be called fat. At least I didn't in any way possible. I didn't want to be called fat. I didn't want to be called chunky. And everything. So I took it upon myself and I became anorexic. I did not want to eat because I did not want to be fat. I know how awful that sounds. It was a real problem. Oh, I bet, Joni. Like when I was like younger, I used to have a lot of like stomach pains and stuff. Like like a lot of like stomach issues. Like I was like always in pain. My stomach always hurt. Like, and like just like one side or the other or whatever. And so a lot of the times my parents would think I was having a appendicitis because it hurt so bad. But it never was an appendicitis. My sister ended up having appendicitis, but not me. But I was always in a lot of pain as a child. And a lot of the stomach discomforts and issues and stuff. Until my parents would take me to the doctor and then find out that there's nothing really wrong. And then we come home, How troublesome is that for a parent? And, later it got better, every once in a while I'll go to the doctor and I'll still have a little bit of stomach pains. And, when they push on your stomach, it's like, how does that feel? I'm like, it hurts. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. But it's never been like a huge concern for me. So I've never issues so much, like growing up, like being an adult and stuff. And maybe it was just sympathy pains, because after my sister had her appendicitis and had her appendix out, because it was just shortly after I had gone to the hospital because I was having these stomach issues. That then my sister had to go into the hospital and have her appendix out. And it might have just been like that sister issue. Oh, I don't know what Barrett's esophagus is. Now that's scary, guys. I don't wish that stuff on anybody. Seriously. That's hard stuff to deal with. But yeah, but I guess after my sister had her appendicitis, I didn't have a whole lot of issues so much with that, with my stomach hurting. So it might have just been because my sister was having those problems. And maybe it was like sympathy pains or something. I don't know. Things happen sometimes. Like, I think either my mom or my sister is having like a flare up of their lupus or shingles. Like, my mom and my sister get shingles a lot. And I had shingles as a child. Or my mom's having like an allergic reaction to something. Because, I don't know, my arms have been like itching like crazy and a little bit painful. And I don't know, I don't normally get like this. Like, I don't normally have like itchy, painful arms. Like, I feel like I'm clawing my skin off, like pain, like itchy pain. I don't normally have that. It's not something that I deal with on a regular basis. And so, like, dealing with it for the last like week and a half, it's like, what the heck? Am I getting the same issue my mom has? Because my mom's allergic to lemon and to seafood. I would hate to be allergic to fish. But if I am, that's, I'll deal with it. No big deal. I'm not a huge fish eater anyways. I do like to occasionally eat shrimp and like the fish that we get from the store, like the little fish fillets. And my kids enjoy it sometimes too. But it wouldn't be like a huge eat it, Is it only on one side? I don't know. When I was 4, I had shingles. I had it pretty bad. Yep, another 4-year-old ailment. Let me tell you. When I was 4, I had shingles. I was anorexic. I know a couple, like, I know a little while before I had my accident when I was kicked, I had something else. I don't remember what it was, but I had something else. Then they had tried giving me penicillin, and I had a severe allergic reaction where I had hives all over my body and just like really had trouble with that. And luckily it was just a small dose, and they was able to remedy that like right away, because it was an oral medication. And because they didn't know before that I was allergic to penicillin. They found out after the fact. And so they gave me amoxicillin and found out after the fact of that I was allergic to that too, because, and maybe it was because growing up I was allergic to amoxicillin, and sometimes they would give me amoxicillin and it would give me stomach aches. It would make my gut hurt so bad having amoxicillin. And so I made sure growing up that I didn't have that. We had to get something else. And then, oh my goodness, Joni. Yeah, true. It's not like I'm any more stressed than I be. It's, you know, I do worry about him being gone. And, you know, he's not in the safest place. But it's not bad either. Oh my goodness gracious. You know, I've dealt with him being gone before. Granted, I didn't have 4 little ones at home when he was gone before, like for this long. But, but so luckily, like my family found out. Why would you want to hurt someone? Yeah. And I know that now, Marty, but when we were younger and the doctors, they didn't always know anything better. Oh, yeah. Dang doctors, huh? That makes it hard, Joni. Because I'm sure you were in legit pain, like when he's 10, but when he was younger, like 2 years old, he, like in his own little ways, he didn't really talk. He would growl. He did a lot of growling when he was younger, before he really started talking. And then he started talking. But he had tummy pains. He would cry and he would complain and stuff. Complain about tummy aches. So I took him to the doctor. He told me that he was a little backed up and needed to be given a laxative. Yeah. Well, we don't see that doctor anymore because a new doctor came into town that actually listens. But yeah. Yeah, migraines. Okay, after migraines. Now I get head like my eyes sometimes will like start to twitch and hurt. Like especially my right eye. Like I'll get like these like painful twitches and stuff in my right eye quite often. Or like these eye headaches where it's right there at the front of your head and it just hurts. And now it doesn't like impair my vision per se, usually. Like there's been times where I've had a really bad migraine that I've actually let my kids sleep. And I slept and I called the school and was like, yep, I'm sick. My kids aren't coming to school today. Because when I'm sick, I have like a really bad like visual migraine. Like my eyes just hurt and I can't focus, or the back of my head is just pounding like it's a frontal headache, and sometimes it's like a whole like headache where just my whole head hurts. So sometimes I've called the school and said, yep, I'm not feeling well, so I can't bring my kids to school. I've done that a couple of times. I'm sure the school didn't really appreciate them not being there. But I have to tell the school, I'm like, I can't drive right now. I don't know how they're going to get there because I can't drive. Because there are times where that happens. I don't know who the heck that is. Somebody's trying to call me. I don't know. But I have it on silent, so it's not going to interrupt the stream at all. Oh, so no meds? Well, I hope you're dealing with that okay, Joni. I know it's hard. I'm sure you probably just take Tylenol or something for the pain. I even hate to take Tylenol. Like if I start to get a headache, I'm like, oh, I must be dehydrated. I better go like slowly drink some water. You know, because you don't want to like drink it too fast because then you're going to like make yourself sick. But yeah. That one doesn't quite look right. I have to take that one off, guys. I don't like that one. And these tweezers are not going to do me any justice. Did I get it? Maybe. I don't know if it came off or not, or if it stuck back down. Oh well, I don't know what happened to it. I thought I got it off. Like visual. No, I don't have busing for my kids because my kids go to because I don't like the school district that I live in. I don't like the public schools that they have. So I send my kids to charter school. That's why I have to go and pick them up and drop them off every day. So a visual snow, is that when like you get like all these like dots in front of your eyes where things just kind of get blurry? That could be super scary, Joni. Like, I'm lucky that I'm even able to drive. Just saying. Like, I had to like actually get like a note from my eye doctor when I was learning how to drive that I was going to be okay being behind the wheel. Because at like the DMV and stuff, they do make you take like those little eye tests and stuff. Like they make you put there and look and see if you can see things. And I like, yep, it's not going to work for my right eye. Like I can see a little bit out of it. I have like really good peripheral vision. Like my kids find it funny because they'll be trying to sneak up on me and they'll be sneaking up on me from my right hand side and I'll see them because my eye just naturally veers that way. What's that? Oh, Joni, I totally understand that outer body experience, okay? Now, granted, it hasn't happened to me in a long time, and it wasn't from fainting or anything. It just happened a couple times while I was like taking a little like cat nap. Like I would just get all of a sudden really tired and I would take a nap and I would have an outer body experience. Oh, about the outer body experiences, Joni? I totally understand what you're talking about. Like, I told my second husband and I told his mom, oh, I was, you know, I was kind of shunned after that. I don't know. They did not like the fact that I was having these outer body experience, like these visions per se. She said that that was of the devil and how dare I, and you know, all these different things. And it's weird. I know. Like, so my last one I really had, it's been a long time. I don't think I've had any since then, which I might have, but not anything. Yeah. So I haven't had anything like really serious lately. But shortly after I moved into I was in a chair in my family room where where the TV is. And because things were set up a lot different back then. But I was sitting there and I had just like gotten a little sleepy and I sat down and kind of took a little cat nap. But while I was sleeping, it was like a dream, but it really happened. And, you know, so my mom's friend, and she believes in this stuff too. She's kind of like almost like a psychic, but she was eating a piece of candy and she started choking on it. It was a hard piece of candy, so she started choking on it. And it was like almost like she was dying. It looked like she was dying, like she was dead type thing. She wasn't dead, but she was having a really hard time choking on it. It did eventually dissolve, and she was able to regain her composure, thank goodness. But after this thing happened, I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, you need to check on your friend. It was either Donna or it was Stephanie. I don't know which one it was, because, you know, you don't have like a whole clear picture. You don't know exactly what the situation is, what's going on. I'm like, I think they choked to death. And there were people there, but there was nobody there helping her. And I was trying to yell for them to help, but no one paid attention to me. And I told this to her. I told this to Donna, my mom's friend, because we had seen each other a couple months later. I'm like, hey, were you choking on something a while back? She's like, yeah. I'm like, well, I'm glad you're still here. I'm like, there were people around you, but nobody was helping you. Like, you weren't getting any help from nobody. And she's like, yeah, those were my, like guardian angel type people that just kind of stay around me, but they can't physically help. They can't like physically intervene with what was happening. And I'm like, well, what were you choking on? She's like, I was choking on a piece of hard candy that I was eating, and it went down the wrong tube. I'm like, oh my goodness, that must have been scary. She's like, yeah, it was. I'm like, well, I'm glad you're okay. She's like, yeah, me too. So yeah, it was super freaky, you know. But, you know, right after it happened, I called my mom, like, Mom, check on her. Something is going on. And so, you know, she did, and she told me later that it was Donna, and then like talked to Donna and stuff. And she told me about it. And I had talked to her about it, and she kind of told me about like the ones that were around her that couldn't like actually physically intervene or help because they were just spirits. I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. And since then, I really haven't had any of those outer body experiences. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm sure, Marty. Hysteria machine? Oh, yeah. The fake fainting. Oh, my goodness. But, like, I had the experience of, like, my sister took to Washington with her class when she was in school. And she was suffering with like a really bad bout of depression. She had like really bad. And so she was having these issues. And so she happened to make it up to the roof of the building and was contemplating jumping. And I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. And my little brother, William was his name, he was also there. And he was talking to her and say, don't leave me. I need you. I need you around. Don't go anywhere. You know, you can't do this. And she could kind of see him. You know, by what I could tell is that she had that little conversation with them. And then the authorities, like the hotel and stuff, and the teachers found her, was able to get her down back home. And on the way, and before that, they called my parents. And I had come awake, and I went down. Oh, the hysteria stories. I don't think I've heard of those, but I'll check them out too. Why not? We'll have something to talk about next time. But so I went and told my mom and my dad, I'm like, hey, so-and-so is coming home. They're like, no. I'm like, yes, something happened and she has to come home. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then they get a phone call. Because I said, well, she tried to kill herself. She tried to jump off the building. They did not believe me. They thought I was just making up stories. Which in a way I could have been, because I wasn't very old. Like maybe 9, 10 years old. So I'm telling them, and then they get a phone call. And they had to go pick her up from the airport or from school or whatever, wherever they had her, or from the hospital, something. They flew her home and then had her committed to the behavioral health, like schizophrenic ward or depression ward or something. And it was kind of crazy. But then later, they set all of his children down like siblings and like let us know what was going on. I'm like, I told you. I was like, but how did you know? I'm like, I saw it. I saw what happened. And later I talked to my sister and told her about it. She's like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. How did you know? I'm like, I saw it. And so it was kind of freaky, one of those freaky things. Like my sister the other day, we were talking about it. She's like, yeah, back then they would have burned you at the stake. I'm like, yeah. Good thing we're not in the olden days where they do that kind of stuff anymore. That would be super scary. That was number 10s. Oh, I missed that. I don't know. But yeah. It was super freaky, I tell you. Having that kind of stuff happen. Well, I'm already like 2.5 hours on this thing. Oh my goodness, guys. And that's after my hour on the other one. Now I'm going back to the number. I guess I'll finish up a little bit of this. Then I'll probably have to call it a day. Do you believe that it's already 12:30? Well, 12:30 my time. I'm sure elsewhere it's like 2:30. Like Joni, it's like noon. Craziness. I'm glad I at least have you guys here. Oh my goodness. I started out with quite a few people. That was nice. But I know there was other people getting ready to stream too. I know sometimes I'll go through and I'll look and see if there's any of my friends streaming. And I'll look and see if there's... And sometimes they don't always... Like some channels, you don't always see that they're streaming unless you're like a subscriber. Taking After Xena and Co. What's that? Oh, Streaming Forever? Oh, I tell ya. I know. Just lose track of time, I tell ya. Yeah. Well, that's fun, Joni. Yeah, they say, well, talk amongst yourselves. Well, and having somebody in the stream talking, like, helping with the discussion, it helps. Otherwise, I don't know what I would be talking about. I probably would have ended up talking somewhat on the same stuff. I don't know. Because I'm just a blabbermouth and talk about all sorts of stuff. Like childhood ailments and issues and many other things that happen. So, Joni, what are you doing next week? I ask. We should get the girls together and, well, I guess the kids, because it would be just my daughter. It'd probably be my little boy, too. Every time he sees my paint stuff out and that, he's like, oh, I want to paint. I want to color. I want to do this. I want to do that. So he came down the other day and was using my stapler. So they have that nifty stapler. I think Lori. Was it Lori? From Paint Curly. Yeah. Been on since like 9 my time. So it'd been 11:30 your time. But like, I'm trying to like show it in my phone, silly me. So I have this like little stapler thing here. And it comes apart so you can position it where you want it positioned, like in the middle of a deep page. And you can snap it together and then staple. And I think it was Lori. She actually got one of those. She showed it on her channel the other day and mentioned it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I feel special. It was great. So they get these cool little toys. And I hope she enjoys it. I know I enjoy mine because it comes apart and you can position it where you want it to go. Yeah, we need to do a craft stream. Like, we could even do it this weekend, too. You just let me know when a good day and time for you is, Joni. I know Friday's not good because my kids have school on Friday, and then my son has his therapy session after school because I take him to therapy. I call it his talking doctor. He goes and he talks to him, and they basically talk about sharing and like different techniques, and they play games. Yeah. Not the funnest thing, you know. But sometimes I drop them off and then I can go to the other stores. Like the last time I took them, I dropped them off and then I went to the Big Lots and found, oh my goodness gracious, Bot alert. Oh my goodness. Report them. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you, Joni. You are awesome. Let me remove them. Yeah, I reported it. Hi, Stephanie. How are you? So good to see you here. So Marty and Joni, Stephanie is Soulpreneur, Memory Bears and Keepsakes. I have been a subscriber of her channel for quite some time. She like makes memory bears and stuff from like old t-shirts and other kinds of things. Right, Stephanie? Yeah, I reported them and then I blocked them and removed them. So it still shows it on my end, I guess. Let's see. There. Yeah, we have quite a few Stephanies. We have Steffi from Thread and Glue Designs, and we have Stephanie G that comes in here. And then we have Stephanie from Memory Bears. I don't know, am I missing any? Yeah, I'm just doing my diamond dot painting. It's kind of carried away, like doing it, losing track of time. So I'm glad that I have it on this canvas here already, like mounted and stuff, because I think it would make it more difficult to have to put it on the canvas after the fact. I'd be afraid that the little dots would come popping off if I had to mount it after doing it. That'd be crazy. Thank you, Joni. Oh yeah, Stephanie's and Janet's. Yeah, we have 3 Janets. Janet Nash, Janet Burgess, and Janet Beebe. Well, then there's Janice Glines. And I know there's a couple of Pamelas too that float around, like Pamela Early, and I know there's another Pamela. I don't run into them very often. But, oh, and then there's the Pam and Misty, which I think she changed her name. Yes, this is like instant gratification. It's awesome. But there's one that goes into Janet Nash's stream that her name is Pam. And she does Pam and Misty, but I think she changed the name. Instead of Misty, she changed it to something else. Like Fluffy or something. I don't know. But it makes it hard when people change their username. Like they go by it so much and then all of a sudden it's something different. And I understand sometimes that they have to do that. Like when Carol changed her channel. Like there's a couple of Carols too. And there's a couple of Chris's. Like Chris from Sew Notes, and then there's Chris Clue. They're spelled different. Like Chris from Sew Notes is Kris. And then there's a couple Sherry's, like Sherry, well, she's Granny. Oh, you don't remember Misty? Yeah, I don't know if you go into Janet's stream very often. And she goes in there every once in a while. I think she's like someone that lives with Janet. To Janet Nash. But then there's the Pamela Early, and I see her in a couple of streams here and there. So sometimes it gets a little confusing because my name is also Pamela. I just go by Pam because it's easier. Like when I first decided to like actually start like doing videos. So when I like first like it was years ago. It was when my 13-year-old was a baby and I was homeschooling my kids and stuff. And so library and stuff. And I would just record different things on my phone because I had an iPhone back then. And that my husband got me. And so I would record videos sometimes. And there was this newfangled thing called YouTube. And so I would post it on YouTube just for the heck of it. And I wouldn't follow it very much. I would get a couple views here and there, but nothing huge. I wasn't really, like, I didn't know a whole lot about that side of things. And so I never did much of it. But I did use my, like when you sign up, sometimes it will use your email address. Like, well, she was a Magical Touch. Yeah. Then the magic. Yeah, so I've only known her as the Magical Touch. And now the Canadian Artisan. So I didn't know her as any of the others because this, like, watching you guys and stuff and, like, interacting with, like, these live streams and stuff, this is all something fairly new to me. I've done it a couple of times, you know, in the past. Like when I first decided to like actually start doing my videos and stuff, my son was like, "Hey Mom, we should do a video," you know, and he would click it on live and we were just testing it out. Like I did a live like at the very beginning, like kind of thing when I was just starting out because at that time I was like, I wonder how this works. Because it's like I wasn't going to edit anything anyways when I was doing it. Because I was using a Chromebook and I didn't have any, I couldn't like pause and start the video. So once I started, it just continued to go until I stopped, and then there wasn't any pause button. Like this computer, it does not have a pause button. I can't like pause the video and then resume it and continue. It's like after I click the button, like if I'm recording a video, the video's over. And then I'd have to start another video and record more. And so sometimes things would be in like spurts and stuff when I was doing my videos. Like at the very beginning of my YouTube journey. Because I would first post videos, and that was just like right when my kid was little. Oh, I wonder. Maybe that's why she changed it. Maybe the Magical touch. Maybe they were like saying, well, what's so magical about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe she got slack about it and decided she needed to switch it up. So I've only ever changed my name on my channel once. And that was only because when I first had posted my first things, it would use my email address. And my email address was Purple Frogs. And so, like, that's why when my link is put up there, it says Purple Frogs. That's because that's what I first started the channel out as. You know, when I first started. And, so when I decided to actually, like, start doing, like, regular videos and streaming and stuff, like, when, I got into, like, sewing again, and I was watching a lot of videos and doing a lot of crafts and stuff. I was like, that can't be too hard. And I talked to my husband about it, and I talked to my daughter. And they're like, yeah, Mom, do it. Do a channel. You know, you could do it. And it's like, if you want, and my husband was like, if you want to do it, that's cool. Saves me from having to listen to you. I don't know. He probably really didn't say that. But sometimes you would think that some of our husbands would say, well, yeah, it gets me from listening to you because we don't want to hear about all your crazy stories and talk about clothing. Because we want to share. We want to show somebody. We want to share what we've done. And a lot of the time, they're interested, but they're not that interested. They don't really want to sit there and listen to our finagled stories about what we're doing, you know? So I decided that I was going to do videos. So instead of having, hi Sharon. Thank you so much, Sharon. Yeah, my frog painting thing is all done. I actually have it mounted on a canvas. I'll show you really quick. So I'll pick you up and I'll show you really quick. This is my frog painting that I did. And then I have it mounted on a board. And basically what I did is I just kept the old picture mounted to it so that, like, what was mounted on it is still there. And I just mounted over the top of it. So it kind of gave it a little bit of extra stability with that. And I did it that way. And when I was picking up the canvases, I also went and looked through the books in the book section. Yeah, I got myself some more books. But I found a book about, like, mounting pictures, like on wood like that, and different techniques for, like, hanging up fabric and pictures and stuff. And so, of course, I got the book. It was like 75 cents. Then the other day when I was at Savers, because, yep, I had to go to another thrift store too the other day. It was on Wednesday that I went to the, no, it was on Tuesday. I thought about going yesterday, but I just been on Wednesday, and I had a coupon on Wednesday that I could use. So on Tuesday that I could use. That's kind of why I got stuff on Tuesday. But I actually found that same book. It's like the same book, but it's like like an older or a newer version, but it's still this exactly the same. Still the same pages on every page is the same still as the other one. So I got that one too because it was 99 cents and then like 20% off. But yeah, so I got like 2. No, I'm not a Taurus. I'm an Aquarius. But yeah, I decided to get that extra book. Why not? Not that I really need 2 of the same book. Well, and I also, after I went to Savers, I went to Salvation Army because I needed to look. Because the last time I was there, I didn't have enough time to look at everything because it was getting ready to close. You're stubbornly forcing me? No, you're not forcing me. I like doing this. I could stay on till like it's time to go pick up my kids. But by the time it hits 2:30 my time, which would be like 4:30 your time, Marty, it would be time to go. Only because I have to get kids from school. Like next week, I don't know if I'll go anywhere. I may just have my van parked in the garage and go absolutely nowhere most of the week. On Thursday next week, we might go to the grandparents and visit a little bit. It's just hard sometimes, like when without my husband, to like go over to his family's house. But I know we don't visit often enough, and they're not bad people. They're great people. I just don't visit enough with side of the family like I probably should, you know? Really? You want me to stretch? It's not that hard. I'm at a pretty good height for my table. I could sit here for hours and sew too, Marty. Seriously. I'm used to sitting at this table and sewing and crafting and stuff. You have no idea. You're a Taurus? You get obsessed with projects? Is that what they do? Like, I can do a project and I can stop and then I can come back to it. Although sometimes I get a little over ambitious and I like think, oh, I'm going to make a whole bunch of these because they're so awesome and I can make them for all these people. So I cut out a bunch of projects like of the same thing with different fabrics and stuff, all in like full intention of like doing it and sewing it up. And then later I get like 1 or 2 sewn up and then I'm like, oh, I'm so over this project. I'm just going to put it away for a while. And so I put it away and I don't go back to it till much, much later. It's crazy how that works. Like, seriously, have too much wax in this thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. This is like gonna be like a super long like stream here. Oh my goodness. I'm just glad my computer's working. I'm just glad it looks good because on like looking at my computer screen, it's not the best picture, but looking on my phone, like what the picture looks like, it looks good. So no qualms. You know, nothing to complain about, I guess. You know, sometime I should probably call the Best Buy and talk to Geek Squad and let them know what was happening and see if they would at least be willing to fix it. I'm sure they would say no. I'm sure it would just be like, nope, not happening. But I guess I would never know if I didn't try. Because the thing is, if I had taken it in and there was issues and then they said that it was just that it was fried and that it was beyond fixable, they would have reimbursed me the cost for my computer and would have so I could get a new one. All right, talk to you later, Marty. Thank you so much for joining me today and sticking with me for however long it did. I know you were doing chores this morning too. I remember seeing you in Steffi's group, and you were about all the chores and stuff you were getting done this morning. Yeah, you've been a busy little bee. But yeah, I'm an Aquarius. I do think sometimes, and like I get a little over ambitious and think that I'm gonna like be all superwoman and make a whole bunch of something. And then I lose interest. After like the first couple, I'm like, okay, I'm over this. And I put it away. And then I don't make it back to it in quite a while. So I have some unfinished projects that I have the things cut out and everything and ready to go. I just never went back and finished it. I don't know, if I keep going, I could possibly get this all done. But then it would be like a super long video. Whoops. I like picked it up and then it dropped. So I keep the plastic on most of this until I get to the point that I need to fill in, because it is sticky and I don't want it to dry out. I used to with Sharon. I know that's like totally not the same thing. But I'm just saying, many, many years ago. I know there's other people streaming today. And I hate like I guess stepping on others' toes, like when they're streaming, it's hard to stream. But it's all good. I know I'm getting closer to the end of these 7s that are right up here. I guess I could just keep going and finish with all these 7s. But it's not like a whole lot more. I'm already halfway done with the picture. You know what? Congratulations, guys. I am taking off the paper as it flipped and stuck to the wrong side. Okay. Now I can't stick my thing on the top of it, because if I did stick it on the top, my thing would get stuck. That also means that there's no sticking my tray on the top anymore where I was, because now it's all exposed. So you guys are just gonna get like a super long show of me doing this. You know, I might even finish it. Woo! I almost dropped that. Oh my goodness. How awful would that have been, dropping this tray and having these beads fly everywhere? Well, I guess they're not beads, they're little gems. But yeah, that would not be nice. Oh my goodness. My hand keeps wanting to stick to this edge. Because this edge has a little bit of stickiness. So hopefully I'm not boring you guys all. Like next week, I don't know what my plans are exactly yet. because my kids will be home and they do get noisy sometimes. And my son does like to play on the PlayStation when he's home. And so I have to make sure that if he's playing on the PlayStation that I'm not trying to like stream, because playing on the PlayStation, like through their like web surfing that he does, because he plays online games, it doesn't quite work very well for trying to do a video because it uses too much bandwidth. And so the connection's like, nope, we're not going to do it. Like right now, I'm going to like unclog the little thing and start with a new batch of wax. But yeah. So I don't know for sure what's going on next week. I know last week I would get on like on Saturdays and Sundays in the mornings, like when my kids were home. And I would try to get on about, I guess, 8 a.m. my time. Which for some people it was like 10 a.m. So, you know, it was still a pretty decent time. And I would come on and paint. And then for other things, like I know for my next like project I'm gonna do like with this, but I have another diamond dot painting that I want to do, and it's of an elephant that I plan on doing. Hopefully that doesn't push it too much off screen here. I can tell I've got quite a bit of lag. I can tell with my video. Let me see. Oh, well, maybe because I'm like 25 seconds behind my stream. So I'll catch my phone up to where I am. Oh, everybody left. Oh, well. So I'm just going to continue with this because I can. It's going to like dump some more 7s in here, but I don't think I need to do it because I don't think I have any more 7s to go. Oh, I saw one. That's like that searching, you know. You sit there and search for your numbers, and I can't even get it placed in the right spot. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Sharon. I know, I've been on for quite a while. It says 3 hours now. And before my computer, like my other computer, decided that it was going to give up on me for like the camera section, I had already been on an hour. Well, almost an hour. It was like 45 minutes when it said connection issues. And I think it was just my camera on it was having issues itself. And so it didn't want to stay. And so I switched over to my other computer that I have, my other laptop, because I have a Chromebook. And decided to stream from this. Which this just might have to be what I stream from, because that other one's causing problems. It might have been what caused problems like during like the beginning of my frog pictures, because it had some issues. I'm trying to find my number 5s because I have a lot of number 5s that need to be filled in. And I think I was done with the number 7. So I'm just going to set the number 7 aside. It didn't last though, yeah. And I need to keep this so I can see it so I remember which ones I'm doing. Because if I'm going along and doing these, sometimes I don't always remember which number I'm doing. Unless I look at the plastic thing that I took the beads out of. I know I had like so many people watching. I had like 14. That was so exciting to have 14 people watching me. And then my computer decides that it doesn't want to connect to the camera anymore. And so they were like, what happened to you? Where'd you go? I don't even know. Well, and then the like little spinny thing was spinning. Like it was contemplating its existence or something. That after a couple minutes of it doing that, I just got my other computer and like, okay, well, give me a minute. And I tried to remedy on my end, and there wasn't any helping the computer. It wasn't going to reconnect. And so I just started a new session with this other computer. And of course, I didn't do a like a thumbnail picture with the second one, because I didn't. I should have, and I did not. And I was like, oh well. But if I'm doing these kind of things, I kind of want to do it on a live stream, because I don't want to have to go back and edit. And I'd rather just sit here and do it and get it done. Although sometimes it's hard to figure out what I'm going to talk about while sitting here, you know. Oh, it's already 1:15 my time. I'm in Mountain Time. I'm just glad the kids are at school. Like, I want, like, one of these, I want to do one that is like the whole picture that you have to do the dots. So it's a whole sheet of sparkle. But on my other ones, I would, before, like maybe 2 other pictures that are diamond dots. that I've gotten from thrift stores for like 75 cents, believe it or not. And if I did one, I would mount it on a board like this, like a canvas thing, before I started, because I want to be able to hang it up and display it after it's done. I think it's coming along nicely. All the conversation starters left. They abandoned us. That's because watching this may be a little bit boring, I'm sure. Watching somebody put little sparkly beads on, like gems on a board. Because it's not like the frog painting where each little bit exposed a little bit more of the painting. Like this, you can actually see what the picture is going to be. Like you're sticking them in the numbers, but you already know what the overall picture is going to look like because the background is kind of already painted. I heard that there are some out there that you can get that basically the picture kind of arrives after you get the pieces on there. But yeah. This is quite fun though. And then when I'm finished with it, I'm going to hang it upstairs in my bedroom on my wall. Because I kind of have a blank wall that I can hang it on. I'll put up a little hook and hook it up there and hang it. Like this one came with like one of the like little hanging bar bracket things on the back. This canvas board did. I don't have it hooked up right now because I wanted this to be able to lay flat on the table as I'm doing it. And then I was going to screw in the screws and the bracket back on there after I was done with it. Oh no. But yeah. So I don't have a whole lot more to go. Yeah, 75 cents. Yeah, that was a super duper good price. So I still have like this bottom half piece to do. But I think my 5s are all done. So this isn't like doing one number and then like fully and then moving on to the next. I kind of jumped back and forth. But now that I just uncovered the whole thing, that's like, oh, I guess I will. Yeah, Marty left a while ago. I held her hostage too long, Joni. But I'm glad you came back. I know it does get kind of boring watching these kind of things. Like I haven't even opened up the number 9 yet. Like some of these are the number 9s down here. But I haven't even opened up that one yet. So I won't even worry about the number 9 until I get closer to where it is. So I'm going to continue with the number 6s. Because I just finished the number 5s. And I'll just set the 5s back there by the 7s that I already finished. And I think these ones are also the number 6s that I have sitting on my table. Because that's the way it is. Make sure you guys get a good view here. So I can set my tray right here on my table. But yeah, I'll just spend my whole morning doing this until it's time to go get my kids. That's cool. I hope that's it. Yeah, I don't get the Sew News magazines. But my sewing project I am currently working on. So I am working on a sewing project. And it's actually an overall project. I'll show you the pattern really quick because I have it sitting right here on my table. So Sharon, I'm doing this pattern right here. It's a Simplicity 8855 that I'm doing. And I'm making it for my dear friend, Joni, that is actually the other one in here talking. We were talking one day, talking about something. I told her that I'd make her some knit overalls. So I have part of it done. Like I have like the part of the pocket done on it. Like the pocket that is that you put your hands in. The front of the bib. I have that pocket done. And attached and top stitched. And then I was working on the back pockets because there's going to be some pockets on the butt. Unless you don't want me to add those pockets, Joni. Because when you see the picture here, Joni, they have these pockets on the back side. Now, if you don't want me... if you don't want... Oh, no. One of the bead things got caught on my arm and it dumped all over the floor. Granted, I only have a couple beads that dumped out, so I'm okay. And they're bigger beads. I can pick those up later. But if you don't want me to add that pocket, I don't have to. I'll just need to know. Because I have the pocket prepped. But see, I'm also making myself the same pair. And I'm putting a pocket on my behind. Granted, I don't generally use those pockets, so I could possibly just leave the back pockets off. Because the only pockets I use on my overalls is my front pocket, because I don't usually have pockets on the butt. Like, most of the time, I don't even have a pocket on the butt. Like, these pants that I'm wearing, there's no pocket on the butt. I just have the pocket on the front and on this leg side, because I wanted to. And I had the pocket on the bib. So I guess I should leave that up to you, Joni. Okay. So I will leave the pocket on the butt then. Because I have them prepped. I just have to sew it onto the back part of the pants. But it got kind of late last night. Well, I guess it was after 9. Well, it wasn't quite after 9 yet. It was like 8:30. But I call that kind of late. Only because it was my little kids and I had to get them to bed. And if I didn't like shut things down and go upstairs and get them to bed, they would never get to bed. Because I have to be a responsible adult. Even though I don't always want to be, and it would be just hunky-dory to let them stay up all night and play video games and play so that I could sit down here and play and sew. It's not always the best thing to do. But yeah, with my pants, like, it's not difficult to add a pocket on the butt, Joni. It's simple. I just wanted to know your preference, so I'm going to add it. Because I have them prepped. That's not a problem. Like, I wear overalls also because I like to stick my phone in my front bib pocket. Like, sometimes I'll put, like, other, like, pants on, like a pair of sweatpants or something, or lounge pants. Yeah. And I'll put those on, but then the pocket is, like, by my hip, which I don't mind hip pockets. They're good for some things. Not for my phone, but they're good for other things. And I'll do that, but a lot of the time, I prefer to have a pair of overalls on so I can stick my phone in my front pocket. Like many, many years ago, there was this thing going around where the ladies, they would stick their phones in like their bra. It was funny. You know, and I did that a couple of times, and one day my mom questioned me on it. It's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, well, it's a good pocket to hold my phone. She's like, yeah, I'm going to give you breast cancer. I'm like, what? I don't know how much that's true, but so I just stopped putting it in my bra. Well, now I don't even wear one. But I practically am still putting it up there because I'm putting it in my pocket right next to my top, you know. But see, I don't like to carry a purse around all the time and putting my phone in my purse. And if I'm wearing my coat, sometimes I'll put I usually sew off camera. Like sometimes if I'm doing a tutorial, I'll record it and post it. But usually I don't, a lot of times I don't sew on camera. Now I do have a couple of videos that I did like do a live like sew along type thing. Granted, it was many, many years ago when my 10-year-old was in kindergarten and starting school. And I was making pants for them to wear to school, like him and his brother. I was making pants. And I think that one of the pairs of pants that they actually wear is their older brother because he was kind of into those shorts at that time. Their 13-year-old brother was into shorts at that time when my 10-year-old was in kindergarten. And so I was making a pair of shorts, which my 5-year-old, he tried to wear it the other day. I'm like, but it's too cold outside. I guess it shouldn't matter if he wants to wear it. But the thing is, I don't want him being super cold, because he does get cold if he's not wearing a coat outside or long pants. I know it is, Sharon. But now I just stick it in my front pocket. Except for when I need to go to the bathroom, I'll put my phone in my side pocket, because I don't want to pull the bib down and then have my phone go crash into the floor and break. Or I'll take it out of my pocket and put it on a shelf. But yeah. But then phones also used to be a little bit smaller back then. Now phones are a lot bigger, so it's a little bit harder to stick it in your bra. Although there have been a couple of times, though, when I was wearing a bra and I was going somewhere and, like, somebody owed me some money or something, and so they paid me back. And I just take that money and I just stick it in my bra. You know, and on TV shows, you see that kind of stuff all the time. At least I do. Like on some of the older TV shows. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Do you think I can finish this before it's time to go? I'm getting closer to having it done. Like, I did do a live, Sharon, I did do a live video with Steffi from Thread and Glue Designs. So she was making a dolly, and they were asking a question about what they were making. And so I hopped on because they said, hey, where's Pam? It's like, we need you. We need your expertise. So I hopped on and I made up the doll pattern that they were doing. Like, I drew one up because she kind of gave me the dimensions that she had. And so I drew one up and cut it out and sewed up the doll. Well, and then she decided that she wasn't even going to sew that. Oh my goodness gracious. Joni, where are you? You forgot to attack that bot. Well, maybe she did. I don't know. But yeah, I got the bot. I attacked it. Maybe because I was talking about putting phones in bras that it decided to come bug me. I don't need any of that kind of love that they're offering. I have a husband. Okay, thank you so much, Sharon, too. I reported it, too. Just because I think it's also good for the person streaming to report them also. Because, yeah, the moderator can do it. But I think it's also good on our end if we do it too. But I have been on for quite a while. Oh my goodness. Where does it... It's like you get on here and you start chatting and you start doing something. And then all of a sudden, like, so much time has passed. And you're thinking, oh my goodness, what happened to the time? It like flies by as you're going. And on Fridays, I don't usually do a live stream. But also on Fridays, I do put out a video showing like what I've worked on for the week. So, it's like a Friday sews video. So I kind of talk about what projects I worked on, what I sewed, what I've been up to, like a little bit about life, like just a bunch of just general stuff. What projects I plan on working on and whatnot. It's like a little catch-up type thing. And I like doing that too. I don't know. Or maybe it was when I said the other word. I don't know. But I find that they like to come in no matter what. They're just pests like that. Trying to see if I have any more 6s. Now I'd ask you to help me find my 6s, but you really can't see this well enough to help me because of all the bling. But I think for the most part, I got all of the 6s. And I still have a lot of little beads left. Hey, look at all those beads. And I get to dump some more back in the bucket here. That's so awesome. And put my defective bead back in there. I only put the defective beads back in there because I can use the defective beads for something else. All right. Now, the next number that I can do here. Let's see. Trying to see if I have any more 3s that need to be done. Because I know I got a lot of the 3s. Gotta make sure that I don't have any that are towards the bottom here. And I'm really not seeing any. So I will put that one aside too. I do have some 2s. So I will do the 2s really quick. Oh, that's cool. I like the coloring by number stuff. Like I have a couple of color by number coloring books. I guess it's time to replace my sticky wax in this thing. So I just have like a little needle that I use to pull out the sticky wax stuff so I can get a new clump of it. Yeah, I like coloring books. Probably a little bit too much. I have quite a collection. Like I watched a video the other day and she was talking about like all the different coloring books she has, like the adult coloring books, and what pictures that she has colored in them and stuff. Some of those pictures look so amazing that these people have colored. It's like, wow. And they look so realistic, like they came like fresh off like a color printer or something, because the picture looks so nice. But yeah. But I'll go to the store sometimes. Like when I'm looking through the books and stuff. 'Cause I go to like the stationery section and the book section and stuff. And when I'm looking, I'll also look for like the coloring books and stuff. Because sometimes you can find some really good coloring books for a really good price. Oh my goodness. Now the one I watched the other wasn't Dee Dee. It was just a video. It like popped up in my feed. And it was from like 5 years ago. I don't even remember the name. But she does a lot of like coloring and stuff. And like the mixed media arts. But yes, Dee Dee is fabulous. Oh my goodness. Some of her stuff is just... And watching her sketch, like when she sketched those things like the coyote and the octopus tentacles and stuff, that was awesome. And she does it so fast too. Like she pulls it out and she sketches it and has it done and colored and looking like fabulous. It's like, how the heck did she do that? It takes some talent to do that kind of stuff, I tell you. Well, and it's good to try new things too. Like, so I've never really done, like, this is like my first diamond dot painting I've ever actually done. Like, my daughter has done some diamond dot paintings. Hi, Kathy. Yes, I'm still going. I figured, you know what? I am just going to continue on going either until I get this finished or until I have to log off and go get my kids from school. Because they get off, well, I have to be there. I have to leave here by 2:30. Because I like to go and get a parking spot. So I have a place to park so that my kids, so that my 13-year-old will know where I'm parked. Because I try to park in the same spot. And I used to park in the parking lot in the school parking lot. But then I decided to park somewhere else. Basically, that decision was because my son has said, Mom, just park over here. It would be much easier. Well, and he also has a friend. Yeah, surprise, surprise, he has a friend. But he has a friend that he likes to walk with as they get out of school. So they walk together up until he gets to the vehicle. And he likes doing that, likes being able to walk with somebody as they're walking out to the vehicles. So he walks with his friend to the vehicle. And then his friend, I think his friend's mom also parks along the same thing. Because my kids don't ride the bus to school. It's okay, Kathy. It happens, you know. Sometimes I will leave. I won't even say goodbye. I'm so bad for this. I'll leave. I won't say goodbye. Like, for some people. Most people I'll say goodbye that I've got to go. But other people, I end up not saying goodbye. But then they're still on hours later. And so I get back on and I start talking again. Like I never left. But sometimes I watch and I don't even mention that I'm there. Because sometimes it's hard to mention that you're there if you know that you're not going to be able to like actually physically type and talk to anybody. Because you don't want to feel rude by saying hello and then not saying anything else. Like, if I'm going to talk, say hello, I want to be able to, like, sit there and, like, actually conversation with them. Like, to mention something. Yeah, and you have to pick up Emerson tonight. Well, that's fun. At least she's making it back to school, right, Kathy? And do you think she decided to go back to school too soon? Or was it okay? Well, I know it can get really boring. Well, I'm sure her daddy probably had a talk with her too, telling her that she really needed to go to school. So did they have school at all next week, Kathy, or are they home all week? Yeah, and I was telling you a couple days on Tuesday that you just send her back next week. Yeah, right? Next week is Thanksgiving. Like, my kids don't have school at all next week. Because usually Thanksgiving week, they have the whole week of school off. Because they plan it that way. Like, my sister's kids, they have school probably Monday and Tuesday, possibly Wednesday. I know growing up, we had school on Wednesday too. And then Thursday we had off, and Friday we had off. And then we went back to school on that Monday. But with my kids, they have the whole week off. But they're also going to charter school too. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, the Ogden City schools that the other kids go to, I'm sure that they have school next week for a couple days. But my kids don't, which is awesome. Yeah, they just have Thursday and Friday off next week. Okay, that's how most places do it. But they don't have school normally on Mondays, though, do they, Kathy? Because I know Emerson is with you a lot on Mondays. So do they normally have Mondays from school? Or is it just certain weeks? Yeah, we had fall break. The fall break in October, which my kids' school, they kind of connect it with, like, the end of the quarter. So they do their fall break, like, at the very end of the quarter. So they have a couple days. And so my kids sometimes complain, like, well, that wasn't long enough for fall break. But only because they want longer. I'm like, well, it's either that long or you have to go to school the week of Thanksgiving and then you only get a couple days off, like your cousins. He's like, oh, well, we'll take what we get. I'm like, good, that's what I thought. I didn't think you'd want to, like, not have all of Thanksgiving week off. Okay, so they will have school on Monday. Yeah. Like, I did go to Disney, well, the one in California, over fall break one year with my kids. like in 2008. So in October of 2008, we borrowed my sister's vehicle, and we took her daughter too, and we drove down to California to go to Disney. And we should have taken my sister and her other daughter too. That would have been fun to have all of us go. Because she was kind of going through a tough time at that moment. She had just suffered a loss because she was pregnant. And she ended up having a miscarriage. And it wasn't passing all the way. She had some like abnormal cancer cells that caused her to lose the baby, and so she had to have a DNC, and I think we left our vehicle there for her to use, and we drove her vehicle. But what we should have done is said, hey, you know what? Come with us. Pack up your stuff. Let's go. Because it would have been fine. It would have been great to take her with us. And the other little girl. Because her other little girl didn't ever have a chance to go. Has never had the chance to go because we didn't take her with us. You know? We could have all gone. And I had enough money saved for all of us because I had like a separate fund that I had money put into with when I was working, that I had money put away so I could do a Disney trip because I want to take my kids to Disney. Granted, it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Sorry to say. And now I don't even want to go on any of those kind of rides. It's a little bit troublesome. But, you know, it's all hindsight, you know, when you think about it. But I took my husband with us. He wasn't my husband at the time. He was just my boyfriend at the time. But, you know, he got work off and he came with us because he did a lot of the driving too. Thank goodness. And we did that. And because I didn't have any other kids yet. I have an extra bead sitting here trying to stick to my page. Come on. I can't get it, guys. One of those stray little beads. It might have fallen off from somewhere. I don't know. Might have to put it back on something. But yeah, it might have been a lot better with my sister. We talked about it after. And, you know, realized we should have taken her. That it would have made... Because she was kind of a little bit depressed after that, too. Because she was so expecting this baby. She was like 6 months along. And then she lost it. Next one. Because the next one is the one that is just a couple months younger than my son. But it was hard. You know, it was a lot of loss for her. But yeah. Time to change out the wax again. It's getting a little bit squilly. You know, make up some words as I go along here, okay? But yeah, I've been to Disney once. In October of 2008, we drove to California and went. And that's the first time I found out about a Winco. I don't know if you guys know about Wincos, but it's like a grocery store. And then a couple years later, and they was building one downtown. Well, yeah, like north of where I lived. And so it was great. And then they built another one like southwest of where I live. So they popped up quite a few places out here, which is nice. All right, see you later, Kathy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I have about one more, like about half an hour till I have to leave. Maybe I can get this finished if I stop being this, if I stop goofing off. Yep. Trying to get rid of my picking needle here. I don't realize how long this actually takes. Now see, if I could take a live video, I don't know if you can or not, and like take away all the talking that is done during the video and speed it up and then add music to it. So people would just watch like a video that's sped up to like half of the amount of time that you're spending goofing off. They could just watch as the picture magically comes alive. That would be kind of cool. Because I know I can do that if I just record a video. And I do that sometimes. But, like if you could do that with the live, like after you're done streaming, like if you could keep the original there, you know, so people could like watch the original and listen. But if you could take that original and alter it, well, like keep the original but make another copy of it, alter it like by taking all the word, like the talking away and the chat, like all that, you take all that away, you speed it up, so you know, instead of just like the speed up you can do like with the normal YouTube video, more like an actual speed up where you can speed it up to like 8 times, 16 times, 32 times your like normal rate. And so all of a sudden you are like seeing this picture come together. I think that would be kind of cool. Maybe YouTube should make that one of their editing features for lives. I don't know. I don't know if Kathy is still on here. That'd be cool if she could come on Sunday, huh, Joni? That'd be neat. That would be really neat. But maybe she's still in the background. And she'll be able to answer you, Joni. Could be able to get all three of them on here. That would be neat. They can do a little like crafting session. That would be cool. I know my kids really like doing those crafting sessions with you guys. But I know Kelly just got back from her grandma's. Should probably put a little bit more in here so that I have a good amount of beads. A lot more than what I had, at least. You know, this would probably be done more if I wasn't just like slowly working up there. If I had like uncovered the whole thing and done like each number by number as I went, who knows, I might be more further with it. But originally I didn't think I was going to continue on and just keep going. I was eventually going to stop and like call it quits and then do more later. But you know, I did get all my dishes done earlier. And I ate some food. And I sorted laundry this morning too and put my laundry away. Well, because some of the laundry was my kids' laundry, and so I just put it straight into their laundry baskets. Granted, they haven't put their laundry away yet, but I did my part and I got it sorted into their baskets. And then I leave that up to them to put it away. Yes, it doesn't matter how long it takes. And I am enjoying doing this. It's quite nice. Like I was singing this morning, because when I start to get my kids up for school, I do like to sing as I'm getting them up. Granted, my son was not happy with me for singing. He like started saying, "Shut up!" It was so funny. It's only because he was annoyed because I was singing. You know, it happens. He didn't want me singing. He's like, "You're so annoying. Your singing is hurting my ears." I'm like, oh, good. And then I sing some more. I don't let it stop me. So I was talking to my sister yesterday because she called me. And so we talked for a couple hours. So we was talking about stuff. And I was telling her about me singing in the mornings to the kids. She's like, you know what? I do that same thing. Like, just randomly start belting out a tune in the mornings. It's like, did mom sing like that? And I'm like, actually, I think she did. I think she did, like, randomly every once in a while sing. And I do it because it's a good way to start out the morning. You know? Just starting out the morning, belting out a tune. Granted, it doesn't always make the most sense. Like sometimes I just add words together that seem to rhyme and just like gibberish. But I'm singing and I'm having a good old time just belting it out. Because sometimes I like to hear it echoes off the walls. It's funny. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I think it's great. And I was telling that to my sister, and she was like, yeah, I do the same thing. She's like, I think it was maybe Mom that used to do that. Maybe that's why we do it. Like, maybe. And then she was telling me how mean of a sister I was when we were younger. And I didn't even remember. I totally blocked that part of it out. Maybe because it was too traumatic to remember. But apparently, me being the big sister I was and sharing a room with her, and she was messy. Because what little girls usually aren't, right? Well, I literally picked up toys of hers and threw them in a black plastic bag and threw them in the trash can. I literally threw them away. And I don't fully remember that. But I must have done it. And she is telling me how traumatic that was for her. And I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That was horrible of me to do. I don't even remember. Because we shared a room together. But I felt bad because I was just this mean big sister. I shared a room with her, but I was getting rid of all of her toys. How traumatic is that? Oh my goodness. That was just awful of me. And I feel so bad about it now. It's like I didn't even, when I would gather my kids' toys and put them in black plastic bags. I wouldn't throw them away. I just put them in the garage and store them for a while. And then eventually we'd get rid of them. But we never actually got rid of them. See you later, Sharon. Hope everything goes well with your doctor. But yeah, now I feel bad that I threw all my little sister's toys away. She says, later, that it really helped her out. And I just realized I forgot a couple of number 8s. Go figure. I'll put this back over there so I can find it later. But I'm doing number 11s. But I felt bad because I threw all of her toys. Well, not all of them. But how traumatizing is that? Being 11 years old. Let's see. I am I am 13 years older than her. And I was 22 maybe. Or maybe she was 11 years old. Or maybe 9. I don't know. And throwing her toys away and having your big sister throw your toys away because you want to keep them cleaned up and picked up. Even if after your big sister told you to pick them all up multiple times. And so what do? You pick them up and throw them away right in front of her to teach her a lesson. How mean was that? Oh my goodness. Can't believe I was that cruel to my sister. Although I do that to my kids sometimes too. But I never really throw my kids' toys away. I just put them away and I put them in the garage. And so they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. Then eventually they discover them again. It's like, oh, I love this toy. And they're so excited because they get it back. Okay, Joni. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I guess I'll just continue to sit here and talk to myself. I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but about how mean I was to my sister. Oh my goodness. Jeez. So I talk, and I only have like 15 minutes left. I don't know. I'm not going to get this done. Not today. Because I still have the 9s to do. And I still have some more 12s, 13s, and 1s to do. So this is not going to be finished today. Because there's no possible way in the world it can be. And I have kept you guys all like so long. Oh my goodness gracious. Over 4 hours of just watching me put these little beads on canvas. I'm surprised you guys are still even here watching this nonsense. Like last night, I asked my daughter what she wanted me to read her for bedtime. And she said The Stinky Cheese Man. So this it's like called The Stinky Cheese Man and Fairly Stupid Stories. Because these stories are kind of stupid. And it tells these different stories, like the Little Red Hen, and one about Little Red Riding Hood, and some other stuff. But it just kind of talks about this odd little stuff and that, and whatnot. And my daughter's like, but that's supposed to be the gingerbread man, Mom. I know, but these are just mixed up stories that somebody kind of put their own little twist on. It was kind of cool. It's a pretty neat little book. And so we read it and stuff. And so instead of just reading the Stinky Cheese Man part, I went through the whole book. We started from the beginning to the end. So, for Little Red Riding Hood, it was Little Red Running Shorts. So the tries to tell her to take a shortcut, which really wasn't a shortcut. But he wasn't quite as fast as Little Red Running Shorts, that she ran so fast that she was able to beat the wolf to her grandma's house. So when he knocks on the door, she greets him at the door. And so she greets him at the door, and everything. And then like the little narrator dude interrupts and they're like, oh, we're out of here. They don't even finish the story. But yeah, it was kind of cool. It was an interesting little book. Like the little stinky cheese man. Like, nobody wanted to chase him. Because usually with the gingerbread man, everyone was chasing him all around town. But the stinky cheese man, they're like, oh man, dude, you stink. I'm not chasing you. And he's like, run as fast as you can. Can't catch me. I'm the stinky cheese man. And everybody's like, nope, I don't want to even worry about chasing you because you stink so bad. And then the sly fox offers, because he gets to a river, like a little brook, and there's no bridge because the bridge has come down. And so the stinky cheese man doesn't have a bridge to cross, and he can't like really swim because he knows if he gets in that water, he's going to fall apart because it's cheese. And so the fox offers to carry the stinky cheese man across the river. So he gets halfway in the middle of this like river lake thing. And the fox is like, man, what is that smell? Oh my goodness, that's gross. Like, that's the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. And so what does the fox do? He drops the stinky cheese man off of his back right in the middle of that river, right in the water. Stinky man, cheese man falls apart. And he's gone. So it's kind of funny, Get rid of the stink by taking a bath, I guess. All right. Well, I think I have all of my number 11s done. I think. I wonder, can I add any more on here? Just because I want to. On some of those edges. There's no sticky stuff on that one. Okay. But yeah, so I think I have those 11s all done. And I know I had a couple of those number 8s that I forgot. And then I think I might end up having to call it quits and finish this maybe tomorrow after I take my kids to school. Now, normally I wouldn't stream, like do a live stream on a Friday, just because I do a video on Fridays anyways for what I've done during the week. Or maybe what I'll do is I'll actually come on later today and finish this up, because I know I'm not going to have enough time to finish it right now, because I only have a couple minutes left before I have to leave to get my kids from school. So I think I'm going to end it here for now. I still have these lower numbers to do. Like the 1s, the 13s, and the 9s, and some of the 12s I still have to do. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and, whoops, not this side. I accidentally tacked the wrong side down. Okay, so this was this way. So it goes this way down. I don't want to tack the wrong side down, because I think depending on how you put it down is how it's going to stick. And so I'm just going to go ahead and like stick this back down over those areas so that I can finish it later. Like I'll even stick that piece down. Maybe. Well, I guess not. Just some of the extra tape that I have on there. But yeah. So it won't really stick to this top upper part just because of that already being done. But so this is what I have done so far. I don't know if you can really see it that well. I'm going to wait a second and see what my visual looks like in my phone. Maybe it looks okay. Because I do have all this area, like a lot of this area, like all the 9s to do and some of this other area to do. So I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I will try to come back on later and finish it up. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys all so much for watching today. I so appreciate it. I hope you guys all have a wonderful day. Stay creative, and then until next time. Bye now.